All right. How's everybody doing? Welcome back to another stream. All right. Looks like we're getting a little bit of activity in central Nebraska. Figured we'd come on a little bit early and watch you start to form and develop. All right. So pretty good storms just to the south of Brewster, Dunning, just to the just below Dunning and Stapleton to the east. Looks like these are blowing up actually pretty quick. We'll just put this in motion really quick, and then you can see the explosiveness of these storms. So we will be here for quite a while watching these go. So, camera. All right, need to know what happened to my camera. See if we can't get this fixed really quick. All right, we'll see if that works for a little bit. All right, once again, storms out west blew up pretty quick. Welcome to the stream. Whoever is just tuning in, we have live chat going on, so say hi. Let me know where you're from. So if you are in Brewster, Nebraska, just heavy rain, maybe a little bit of hail in there too. Cloud tops are at 61,000 feet. We'll see if there's hail in these. And we do have a little bit of hail in this one, just to the southwest of Brewster. All right. So we have a couple other severe thunderstorm warnings. Those look like in Tennessee. Looks like just to the east of Fayetteville. 3/4 size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. It looks like right below it, just north of Athens. Same thing, 3/4 size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. And had one in Alabama. Oh, that actually was that one. All right, so we'll head back. We're here at a couple storms. So it is definitely extremely windy here in eastern Nebraska. So you can see where that boundary line is right there. Storms are going to fire right on that boundary from here up to South Dakota. Got a couple of storm chasers out here in northern Nebraska, north central. So once again, these storms are firing up pretty quick just to the south of Brewster, south of Dunning, moving to the northeast. This northern cell has probably pea to marble size hail heading into Brewster. Right now, that's really the only activity in Nebraska. Everything's just getting started. Once again, had a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings over in Tennessee, just to the east of Fayetteville, and then down in Alabama, which 3/4 size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Come back over here. Looks like seeing quite a bit of lightning in that southern storm, just to the north of Stapleton. Once again, if you have access to live chat, come on. Live chat's available. Say hi, let me know where you're from. Do I know you? Do I don't know you? Welcome to the channel. So today we are just covering basically central Nebraska, severe weather, just getting started. Looks like all these storms are just going to fire right on this boundary line. Let's take a quick peek. So as you see, that cold front is laying right there. Moving to the east, but all the storms are going to fire down here and then move northeast. So these storms are going to fire right on this boundary line, this cold front. Most of these storms are just going to be heavy rain, hail, gusty winds. They're going to ride along this cold front northeast as this front pushes east. Basically right on the boundary line. So once again, the first storm just to the west of Brewster going northeast, just to the south of Dunning, Nebraska, and just to the north of Stapleton. So if you were in any of these areas, probably see a little bit of hail. We'll look at the hail on there. We'll see. So these are actually producing. Actually, all three of these single cells are producing probably probably marble size hail in these cells, and they're all tracking to the northeast. So Brewster, you may see a little bit of hail. Dunning, a little bit of hail. Going up to the northeast. And once again, it's just riding along this cold front boundary line. Storms are all going to be going to the northeast as this front is actually pushing to the east. So right now, if you're in Lexington, Kearney, Hastings, right now everything's clear. Omaha, definitely clear. We'll switch over to your radar really quick. Absolutely nothing out here. Everything right now, for the most part, as you see, is in extreme central Nebraska. Once again, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. If you want to chat, free to do so. I'm always up to having live chat on. Once again, these storms are just forming central Nebraska. Extremely windy here in eastern Nebraska. Not quite sure what. Let me see what temperature they are. So in this general area, we have temperatures 97, 95, 96, 90s. Omaha 97, at Epley 95, 95, 99 down in Bellevue. So probably for the most part everywhere is extremely warm, humid. Let's see where the dew points are out here. 66, 66, 67. So pretty humid. These storms are getting a little bit stronger. You can tell with the lightning that's showing up. Oops. All right, so just had the live sweep go through. All right. Thought there was a little bit of rotation in there, but there is absolutely nothing there. So once again, have three cells starting to form. Central Nebraska, just outside of Brewster, Dunning, and Stapleton. All these storms are actually going to the northeast along a cold front boundary line. As you can actually see on the models or on radar, you can see where that cold front is. They're going to ride along that cold front and push northeast, but the whole system is going east. So if you're in Nebraska, we could take a quick peek on the latest models. We'll see if they are in, which they are. So this is roughly your 4 o'clock right here. There's 5. There's 7 o'clock tonight. 8. There's 9, 10, 11. There's 2. Everything's starting to move eastward into South Dakota, pushing east into eastern Nebraska. There's 6 a.m. and then 9 a.m. So the further east it comes toward eastern Nebraska, we could see something tomorrow morning. All right. So it does look like we have our first severe thunderstorm warning coming into the Panhandle out west. We'll kind of zoom in on that and see. This is the tail end. So quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds on this, traveling probably northeast. Oh, we got a little bit of strong winds in this one down here. Yeah, so on the southern part of this cell, pretty strong winds. So this severe thunderstorm warning expires in 26 minutes. So once again, this is actually, if you're in Scotts Bluff, Mitchell, this will be heading in your direction. Scotts Bluff, you may get missed by this to the west, but Mitchell, you are probably in the path of this. We'll take a really quick peek at the hail. Actually, the southern storm that's not warned yet is actually has bigger hail than this northern storm. Hmm. Yeah, I'm surprised this southern storm isn't warned yet. All right, we'll shoot back here to central Nebraska really quick. A lot of lightning in these. Dunning, you are probably getting a light show right now. Rooster, that first storm went to the north of you, but you're going to get this southern storm going northeast towards you. And that boundary line is actually not expected to move very fast. So these storms are just going to fire along this boundary line. I'll show you one more time. We'll go back to so you can see that these storms are going to fire right on this cold front. And if you guys are going to the College World Series tonight, it'll be hot, but they will definitely get in the game tonight. All right, we'll come back over to this one really quick. Still quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Here's Scotts Bluff, Mitchell. Either way, Scotts Bluff, you may miss out on this first initial storm, but this second one on its tail will definitely get you. That's pretty cool. You can see this outflow boundary. All right, we'll come back over here really quick. Central Nebraska. All right. Once again, I'm going to take it off, but here's that cold front that these storms are firing right along. They'll be more intense later on as these storms develop. All right, we'll check out these other severe thunderstorm warnings. Well, we actually have a severe thunderstorm warning in New Mexico with up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. Let's go down and check those out. Quarter-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and considerable damage, of course, coming from those winds. Kind of curious where they saw those. All right, so we'll back up. We'll see where New Mexico. So those storms must have been, or winds must have been earlier. It was probably on this backside of the storm. Because even here, we're pushing 50-mile-an-hour wind gust back here in New Mexico. If you are just to the west of Roswell, moving to the northeast, probably some pretty good sized hail. Yeah, there's some good hail in there. All right. So we'll leave here. We'll go back up to Nebraska. Still quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Put this in motion. Go to the northeast. All right. Come back over to north central Nebraska. That Dunning storm's getting bigger. So these cloud tops are pushing. All right. So kind of just what I was saying. That storm is definitely getting bigger. Just went into a severe thunderstorm warning. So these cloud tops are pushing 65, 67, 71,000 feet. So 71,000 feet. So definitely has hail in there. So we're looking at, just as I was saying, ping pong size hail. Those are huge cloud tops. So ping pong size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So if you are in Brewster or just to the west of Brewster, if you were along Highway 91, really don't think it'll hit Highway 7. So West North Loop Road, you are definitely in the path of this cell with ping pong size hail. So this storm is riding along Highway 91, just north of Dunning right now. Just went through Dunning going northeast. So along Highway 91 going to west north loop road. And probably crossing Highway 7 eventually down its way. All right. So definitely not seeing any rotation in this storm. Gusty winds, large hail. Once again, ping pong size hail. 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then even then after that, you still have this southern storm that's coming up right behind it. But this center storm here kind of sucked all the energy out of this northern cell. So we'll see if this second storm and third storm supercells down here can actually combine into one. All right. Once again, thanks for everybody who's either tuning in or have tuned in. So appreciate it. If you want to help out the channel, there's a link below for Venmo. Appreciate everybody helping out and supporting the stream tonight. We'll try to keep everybody safe in Nebraska, South Dakota, wherever there's warnings. All right, we're going to check on this severe thunderstorm warning. All right, so it's still just to the southwest of Mitchell, to the west of Scotts Bluff. It's like this is actually turning out to be a pretty good cluster of storms right here. So once again, we'll look at the hail cores in these. So you have two definite hails. I'm really surprised this one doesn't have a warning on it yet. But this one's still the same thing. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, moving to the northeast. All right. All right, let's go back. All right, so this cell, kind of what I expected. These two might actually combine. This one's definitely getting a bigger hail signature on it. This one has a massive hail core on it. So if you're in Dunning, I hope you have everything inside. This is crossing Highway 2 over to Highway 91, just to the south of Dunning. But actually, on the hail side, your storm side is just to your north. So another radar scan probably just came through. But extremely large hail just went through Dunning. And Dunning, you're still not out of the woods yet. You still have a cell to the south that could push you to the west, or it could come in through the town again. So, like I said, just went through Dunning. If you were in Brewster, still have time, get your stuff indoors. Not too much longer. You're in a path of ping pong size hail and up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. All right, so once again, severe thunderstorm warning, central Nebraska, just to the southwest of Brewster, having ping pong sized hail. Just went through Dunning. Going northeast, have a severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of Scotts Bluff. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. But these two definitely are merging together. Could get a pretty good sell out of this one. And all these storms are moving to the northwest. We'll see how fast this one's going. Well, these are moving, like I said, northeast at 30 miles an hour. So if we are going to put a track in this one, if you're in Pelton, Mitchell, Jane, uh, Mental, these are your times: 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 9 minutes. If you are in any of these towns, still have a little bit of time. Get your stuff indoors, put your cars in the garage. Come back over here to the cell in Nebraska. We'll put a track on these two. So we're just to the southwest of Brewster, and kind of looks like this. So if you kind of look at the track of this storm, it's kind of going in this direction. But I'm not sure. Give me 2 seconds. So these are moving northeast at 20. We're going up 5 mile an hour. So Duff and Rose. So if you're in Duff or Rose, Duff, you still have a good hour before it gets to you. Let me see where you are. So Duff, you're right here. Rose, you are at the extreme outer edge of this. And even then, if you're in Brewster, western side of Brewster. Still, you can expect up to ping pong size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. All right. So we did have some 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts down in New Mexico, but it looks like that storm has dissipated. All right. So this storm did have 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but has dropped back down to quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So it looks like just to the north of Highway 40 or Interstate 40, crossing Highway 129. So it looks like crossing 129, approaching Highway 104. So a couple storms developing in New Mexico. Have a new severe thunderstorm warning out for Roswell, New Mexico. Let's see what this one says. $50 size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds if you are just on the west side of Roswell. Prepare for some large hail, gusty winds. All right, we'll come back up here. Let's see what the storm's doing. All right, so now we're up to line size hail. Considerable damage, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So if you are in Brewster, we're seeing 2-inch size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, considerable damage. So please, I mean, cars will be damaged, trees, anything outside, sidings, windows, anything. Lime size hail is no joke. So that would definitely be in this area right here. So if you are west of Brewster, you have to take this one pretty serious. There's going to be a lot of damage here. So just went through Dunning, just to the southwest of Brewster. So this right here is your hail core. If you are definitely in Brewster, I would get your stuff like indoors. These are pretty gusty winds right here too. So we're looking at 50-mile-an-hour wind gust. So definitely some strong winds and some large hail. All right, give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back. All right. All right. So once again, if you are to the west of Brewster in Nebraska, up to 2-inch size hail, considerable damage, 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is moving off to the northeast. Come over here to just to the west of Scotts Bluff again. Still $half size hail. This system is moving also to the northeast. If you are in Mitchell, another severe thunderstorm warning just popped up. Just to the south of Scotts Bluff, Harrisburg. This will be also $half size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Kind of looks like this one's moving more east northeast. This one is moving east. So this is moving east at 30 miles an hour. We're actually getting, so this blue area in there, that's actually bigger than $half size hail. So Harrisburg, Bridgeport, you are in the path of this. So this is moving east at 30 miles an hour. Port, Bayard. Basically, this whole line will be actually moving to the east. So Scotts Bluff, Bridgeport, everybody in this path and extreme, the panhandle of Nebraska. You see this outflow boundary. All these storms are going to be forming on the outflow. So we'll come over here back to central Nebraska. So we're still getting up to lime-sized hail, 2-inch in diameter, 60-mile-an-hour winds, considerable damage. If you are just in Brewster or just to the west of Brewster in Nebraska, just to the south of Dunning, if you're in the town of Dunning, you also will have extreme large hail. We'll look at the hail core again. These are two massive hail cells that are approaching Brewster and Dunning, Nebraska. So once again, where these storms are actually forming is on the cold front boundary line. So I'll kind of widen this out a little bit. Kind of see the low pressure system here in New Mexico. Here's our cold front pushing east, but all these storms are going to be riding to the northeast. Kind of put it in motion for you so you can kind of see they just blew up along this cold front. So you can see a couple of storm chasers out here. So yeah, so all these storms are going to just ride along this cold front boundary, which is slowly pushing east, but all these storms are going northeast. So we'll take a look at this one again. So we got a hail core here, then another hail core just to the southwest of Dunning, probably pushing into Dunning as we speak. We'll look for this next radar scan to come in. So if we're looking at the cloud tops of these, we're looking at, well, there's 70,000 feet, so extremely large hail there. 61, 57, 50, 60. Yeah, so not as big as hail coming into Dunning, but definitely some hail. Once again, if you are in Brewster, just to the west, I mean, this is coming across Highway 91 now, just to the west of Brewster, going to WN Loop Road, coming across. Once again, significant damage, 2-inch size hail, which is lime size, heading just to the east of Brewster. And just, we're going to keep a close eye on these hooks down there. Oh, we got some really gusty winds in here. So we're having wind gusts probably up to about 70 mile an hour. If you see that 69, we are looking a little bit more up in the atmosphere where it could be this. So it would be a good 60 mile an hour where these are coming down. Here's the latest radar scan. So still looking at 62, 60. All right, so they dropped a little bit, but we're still looking at the 60 mile an hour range. So Dunning, you know, definitely experiencing that hail core that just went through. This one isn't necessarily the lime size hail. That would actually be up here just to the west of Brewster, probably the south side. Yeah, southwest side of Brewster, approaching WN Loop Road. So if we took cloud tops of these, still pushing 71,000 feet, 66, 63. So probably your biggest hail is up here just to the west of Brewster, going northeast, just about right across WN Loop Road. And once again, all these storms are going to the northeast. I got a feeling that these will actually combine further to the northeast. That first cell, if you joined us from the very beginning, we had 3 cells that, popped up. This one has really diminished. Well, probably saw it in this beginning one. So if we went back, to right there. So this is kind of when they first started to develop. We had three separate cells. This northern one kind of faded out. This middle one, the southern one, took over. But I think the southern one is going to connect with this one, and it'll just be one massive supercell. But not saying that there can't be a tornado with these. There can. It's right along the boundary. Um, Main threat with these is just extreme large hail and gusty winds. So we'll come back out. We'll go back over to these severe thunderstorm warnings. Scotts Bluff still quarter size hail, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Actually, we're getting larger hail down here. If you see that blue, that could be upwards. We'll see what it says. It still says $half. I actually think it's bigger than that. So could be ping pong size hail in that blue core right there. Because we're looking at 71, still around 71,000 feet for those cloud tops. So this one is moving, the south storm is moving more to the east northeast. So there's not really Harrisburg. You would actually be in the path of this storm. Bayard, uh, McGrew, Bridgeport, maybe as far south as this. I mean, if I would really have to draw a line, I mean, it's probably going to stay this northward, north of that line. So Bridgeport, Bayard, McGrew, um, I think you all could see this cell going to come through. All right, so we'll go back here. Actually, we'll check out New Mexico again really quick. So in New Mexico, a little bit less than 1 inch size hail, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Looks like just to the west of Logan. And then there's another, well, there, what? Yeah, there still is. So still just to the west of Roswell, New Mexico, $half size hail, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let's see. Go over to Alabama really quick. There's a severe thunderstorm warning over here. So Hazel Green just to the west, New Market just to the west, Huntsville, Alabama just to your northwest. So we're seeing less than 3/4 inch size hail, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So probably just a small little, yeah, probably pea to marble size hail just to the northwest. And actually, the latest radar even diminished that even a little bit more. Uh, So we'll go back over to Nebraska where the lime size hail up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. Go back over here next to Brewster. So this hail core is growing a little bit larger. So they're still saying lime size. I can definitely probably see where lime size hail. So just crossed over Highway 91 just to the west of Brewster. Um, Still just to the south of Northwest Loop Road. And all these storms are moving to the northeast. So if we're putting a track or so these are moving northeast still at 20 miles an hour. So these aren't fast moving storms here. So you're gonna get a lot of rain and large hail. Actually, that last scan right there. So the hail did come down just a little bit in that area. So we'll see if it continues as lime size hail. Let's see how much time left. So we still have 15 minutes left. So, you know, definitely this, if you are northeast side of, or northeast side of Brewster, definitely this cell is coming your way. If you're north of Brewster, large hail, gusty winds. Oh, so they did. Now they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning just to the east for Brewster and to the east. I think this is actually some pretty wide open country because there is like nothing in here, which is good. So we're going to have Highway 183. We have a couple storm chasers out here, um, probably waiting for the storm to come that way. So definitely seeing some, strong winds still. So 62, 60, high 50, 60, 65 mile an hour. So definitely seeing some strong winds in this section. So if we take a look at where those winds are, you can see this the yellow. So this whole form right here is actually pushing more to the east. Oops. So Taylor, Burwell, this should stay to the north of you. It's all going to the east northeast. So if you are definitely in these towns, you know, you should be fine. Chambers down the road. Chambers, you're over here. Could see this down the road. So just be prepared now if you have anything outside that you want in and not damaged. Lawn furniture, TVs, cars, anything outside, you know, go ahead and put it in now. All right. How much time for this? So we still have 12 minutes left on this one. All right. So they do have a tornado label possible on this storm. So if you kind of see the hook echo coming down this way and then coming back in for the inflow notch, definitely right in this location is where they're actually looking for that hook echo. So we'll look at velocities again. We could get getting tightening. So as you see coming down here, coming up here. So definitely some broad circulation, but definitely some circulation going on. We'll have to definitely keep an eye on that. Where your strongest rotation was is kind of where I was drawing. It's definitely down on the southern part of the storm. So we're looking down here. So we'll have to wait and see. But it definitely has a tornado possible label on it. So broad rotation now, not very strong, but they are definitely keeping an eye on it. So once again, if you are in chambers, you know, clear out to the east northeast of this, I would definitely be aware of this storm heading your way. If you're north of it, Emmett, O'Neill, Atkinson, any of you guys up here, if you guys are watching, you know, I'll put it into motion, but you guys can see the way that this storm is tracking. O'Neill, you could probably be in the path of this. Atkinson, Stewart, any of these up here. All right, we're gonna take a look at velocities again. We are definitely getting a little bit of tightening in this area. So if I switch it back, what are we looking at? Nope, not yet. All right. So if we had anything even starting to form, it would be on the southern edge down here, which there's nothing there right now. So what they do still see is this, it's called a hook echo. Looks like a hook with your inflow coming in. And this part in here is where your tornado would form, is right in there. All right, let's go back over. Oh, we got a pretty good hail core going on just south of Scotts Bluff. So Harrisburg, definitely just off to your north. But if you are in Harrisburg, I would still get your stuff in. See what they have this. So this also has a tornado possible label on it. Golf ball size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, considerable damage in this storm. So definitely have some rotation in here. It's not strong rotation by any means, but a little bit. All right. So we're going to leave this one and what's this one? So the one to the north of this cell still has half-dollar size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So if you're in Harrisburg, I would definitely get inside, get into your interior room. This is some pretty good hail in here. And even then, it's got a tornado possible label. So there's some rotation in here. What they're looking at is this kind of coming in, and then you're starting to get your notch in there. So they will be definitely keeping an eye on that. So if you're in Harrisburg, County Road 18 up to County Road 20 something, 28 up there. Going to the east, Harrisburg, Park Street, County Road 26, a lot of county roads, County Road 35, Highway 64, um, heading toward Highway 71. This is all coming your direction. So I'll put it in a motion and you can kind of see. So if you're in Harrisburg, I would definitely be in your inner place. That is some huge hail in there. All right. So we'll come back over to this other cell. Still tornado possible label on it. Lime size hail up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. We got latest radar scan coming in. You know, still pretty, I mean, a little rotation, which kind of lines up. You're kind of looking for this area down in here. Sorry, mouse isn't working. So this area down in here is really where you want to look. And there's really nothing down there. Gusty winds, but nothing really present. Definitely a cool gecko though. Definitely get an inflow notch. That is for sure. All right, we'll just have to keep an eye out on that one. Those two, like I was talking about earlier, they definitely merged together as one. So if we went back in time in the beginning, That first one dissipated. Actually starting to get a little bit of strength, but these two combined and into the one. Trying to get this latest scan in. So if we start to get tightening in this area right in here, it's kind of what we're looking for to get some tightening in, because that would definitely line up. All right, so that one severe thunderstorm warning that we had out just to the west here was allowed to expire. Of course, there is nothing out here. As you can see on the live sky cam, extremely windy. I think wind gusts up to, I think it was 45, 50 mile an hour. All right, we'll put this into motion really quick. Still basically going east, northeast. Yeah, this storm actually to the north. Atkinson, just to the north. Actually, we're even getting a little bit of look on this one too. So all these storms that we're seeing is right along a cold front boundary line. I'll turn it on for you. So this is where all these storms are forming. It's right along this front. And we're getting actually some new development just to the south of, to the west of Lexington, to the east of North Platte, Broken Bow, Stapleton again, just to the south. So we'll have to watch this development right here. Once again, right along this cold front. This cold front is actually pushing to the east, but storms will normally follow it going up to the northeast. So we'll have to watch these down here. All right, kind of just as I said with that storm, with that small little hook on it that I just let everybody know. So another new severe thunderstorm warning is just issued for that. So Atkinson, you are now in a severe thunderstorm warning. I would not be surprised if there was actually a tornado uh, label on this one. Nope. So we're showing golf ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind, considerable damage. But I would definitely be keeping my eye open on this. I have a small little hook on this one, so we'll see what that one does. All right, we're gonna go back down to this one really quick. So still a tornado possible signature on this. Lime size hail up to 70-mile-an-hour wind. Considerable damage threat to this from this cell. As you see, we have tons of storm chasers out there. So let's look again to see. Still not showing really. So we'd be looking somewhere in this area down in here for rotation. We might be getting a little bit. So we'll keep an eye out right here to see if we get any stronger, if we get any green on this side, because that would be possible getting stronger rotation right into there. So that's 58-mile-an-hour wind gusts going away from the radar. We're still looking at like 4 to 5. So we're going to be looking in this area right there. So definitely right there is some tightening. Let's see what this does. Big hook. So once again, we'll see what this does. Definitely some tightening. When you get those yellow pixels in there, it's pretty strong winds. We'll see what the next scan shows. But right here, so it's just to the west of Highway 183. What else is over here? Highway 11. That's the county line right there. Chambers called your name out before. Back over here, I would definitely be keeping your eyes open if you're in Chambers. If you know anybody in Chambers or in this direction, um, let them know. Let me see. This is moving. All right, northeast at 30. So even if we put so yeah, it's still a little ways out, but you're still in the path of this cell. So yeah, Chambers 82 minutes. Uh, Swan Lake, roughly an hour. So a lot of wide open space out here, but still have a couple of people, total population in these 256. So we still have people out here that we need to be concerned about. Oops. All right, so that was the latest scan coming in. Still just a little bit rotation, nothing, we're still looking in this, area right here. Oh, hello, Mr. Birdie. Hey, leave my camera alone. What are you doing? Hello. What are you doing in front of my camera? Hello, yo, dude, get out of here. All right, thank you. Okay, now that he's gone, all right. Still have strong winds going away from the radar, so these winds down here are still, 60-mile-an-hour winds in the upper layers. Sorry. All right, let's go back up to the cell just off to the southwest of Atkinson. So Atkinson still have golf ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, considerable threat damage. This is also moving to the northeast. Stewart, I would actually be more on the lookout. Western Atkinson, but Stewart, you are probably definitely in the path of this small little cell coming up your way. We'll take a quick peek to see. Yeah, Stewart, you definitely have the hail is definitely the hail core is definitely getting bigger going toward your way. So if you're in Stewart, I would definitely bring your vehicles, furniture, whatever you have inside. Man, this hail core down here, this is crazy. That is definitely some big hail. Those two are about ready to merge again. All right, so definitely some strong winds. So definitely looking at about 73-mile-an-hour wind gust going away from the radar. And not not that far away we have 20-mile-an-hour going toward the radar, so definitely have some broad rotation, but it's so far apart that it's you know it's not spinning up a tornado by any means. See, now we're getting another little notch in here, which is nothing there yet. All right, let's go. You know what? Let's go a little bit further south. Let's look at those storms that are trying to. Yeah, it looks like they kind of probably try to fall apart. Let's switch radars and we'll see if anything's down here. Not really. They may start to get going. Looks like they formed and then kind of fell apart. All right, so we'll keep an eye on those. Let's come back over. All right, so it looks like we just have the one severe thunderstorm warning over here. Still tornado possible symbol label on there. Like I said, if you were east of here, I would still, Bridgeport, I would be on the lookout if I were you. Bayard, uh, McGrew, Broadwater. So it looks like, you know, Bayard, this, I would be definitely on the lookout if I were you. McGrew, definitely you too. If you're along highway, what is this, 26? Like 26 going into 385. Uh, definitely be on the lookout up here. Still has a tornado possible symbol. It's, they actually just reissued a new severe thunderstorm warning for this, which does Bridgeport, Bayard. This is, have been giving you a heads up. This is definitely coming your way. And when you see blues in here like this, that's pretty good indication of some pretty large hail in there. Let's see what these cloud tops are. I mean, they're pushing 70. I thought I saw 71. There's 75,000 feet. I mean, looking at pretty good. Let's see what the hail. Yeah, pretty good hail core. Pretty good hail core in here coming your way. Bayard, I would actually, this is mainly probably heading more toward you than Bridgeport, but at the same time, this storms can always turn. You're in a severe thunderstorm warning for a reason. Um, this might just, if it keeps on the same path, Bayard, you know, possibly just to the northwest of Bridgeport, but definitely keep your eyes open on this. All right, let's head back over to these over here. Man, look at the lightning in these. These are like full of lightning. All right, we'll take a quick peek at this one again still. This is for 14 more minutes. They may extend this after the 14 minutes. They will definitely put a new severe thunderstorm warning on there. I don't know if they will put a warning label on there. Yeah, definitely raining out there, that's for sure. All right, so a new scan just came in. Let's take a quick peek. All right. Yeah. Mm, let's see if anything is kind of right there. No, it's kind of clear air. All right. So this is pretty gusty wind. So we're looking at like 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts going away from the radar and toward is 15. So we'll definitely have to keep our eye on this one because there's definitely circulation is starting to come together a little bit more. Right now, even though you see the yellows, reds, and greens mixed, red is winds going away from the radar, green is going toward the radar. But even when you see these, you kind of have to line them up so there's, where this is, there's rain, but you're trying to look more down in this area. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. That actually could turn into something. Definitely have your big hook coming down and your inflow notch coming in. And that's where they're looking. So, that tightens up. Could definitely get a spin up out there. All right. So it looks like a new scan just came in. Now we'll wait for the updated velocities to come in. All right. Well, they did just put a new severe thunderstorm warning out, or they will. There it goes. All right. So, new severe thunderstorm warning for probably looks like absolutely nobody. So, if you're still driving along Highway 183 or even Highway 11, um, so they're still keeping the possible tornado symbol on this. Golf ball size hail up to 70-mile-an-hour winds and damage threat is considerable. So, if you definitely are in this hail path, it will definitely destroy your vehicle. So what they're still looking at is this hook echo coming down with this inflow coming in. You know, could there be a spin up coming in? Still just not in the right place. All right, let's go back over to Western Nebraska. We'll take a quick peek over here. We'll see. All right, Bayard, it's approaching you. McGrew, just off to your south, but it's probably heading up your way. Oh, it may just stay to your south with the biggest of the hail core, but Bayard, this is probably heading straight to you. So definitely some. We'll see what the hail portion of this is. Okay, so I don't think this hasn't updated yet on the hail core. So it's still back a little bit. But basically still has it back here. But as you see, this hail core is probably still is right here and approaching Bayard, and just to the south of McGrew and heading into Bayard. So hope you have everything in that you wanted saved: cars, patio furniture, anything. We'll put a quick motion on this one more time. And actually, the hail core has gotten a little bit smaller out of this. So it says golf ball size, but I really don't think there's golf ball size in there anymore. Well, now that I say that, I think the latest scan just, yeah, we'll see. Bridgeport, this could very easily make a little right-hand turn and start heading more due east and come right into you. So one more time, if you're in Bridgeport, Bayard, definitely some big size hail, tornado possible signature on there, which I don't think that there was a lot of rotation in that. Yeah, which I really don't see a lot of rotation. Very, very broad, but needless to say, they still have it there. So, all right. Um, let's pull back a little bit. Yeah, this is our basically our main threat right now is, I mean, out of 6 severe thunderstorm warning that's out, we have 4 to 5 just right here in Nebraska. All right. We'll come back in. Still have some storm chasers probably trying to hook up with the southern part of this storm. They're probably going to want to look at this part. Here comes a new scan. All right, so we definitely are getting a little bit tighter rotation. Oh, just moved. All right, well, we'll see where this one, I still think, you know, we'll see what we'll see. So, no, it's got to be a little bit to the south. There's still some rotation right there. There's definite rotation. Just it's still broad enough that they're not going to issue a tornado warning right now. All right, we'll come back up here to the north to Atkinson. So just to the west of Atkinson, Nebraska, you have half-dollar size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. These are roughly moving. Yep, to the northeast, Stewart, you are still in the path of heavy rains, but the worst of it might have just went to your east. It's cut in between Stewart and Atkinson. So if you're along Highway 20, we're probably experiencing extremely heavy rains going to Highway 11. It'll cut across Highway 20 going to Highway 11. This is 40 42nd Ave coming here. So Highway 20 and 42nd Ave. 42nd, yeah. It's definitely coming up towards you. And actually, there's an airport, Stewart Atkinson Airport, right here, which is probably getting a direct hit by the storm. So we'll pause it quick. We'll see where the hail core is on this. All right. So right here was that airport. So definitely kind of heading that way. Wasn't as big as hail as it was, but definitely is still heading that way. All right, let's go back down. You know what? Let's go out west a little bit again. So still a tornado possible label signature on this expires basically 30 minutes. Um, come back down, take a peek at this. Still some pretty good hail in this cell, just now to the south of McGrew, to the south of Bayard. We'll see where this is going. I think this bottom portion, Bridgeport, if you know anybody in Bridgeport or in Bridgeport, definitely some large hail coming your way. I don't think anything. Starting to see. Oops, could see a little bit more rotation there. I'll have to look at that or keep an eye on that. All right, let's go. We're getting some other storms that are starting to fire in northern Nebraska. Ainsworth, Bassett, Lake, Wood Lake. I'm starting to get up here. Johnstown, like I said, Ainsworth, Long Pine, Bassett, Newport, Stewart, Atkinson. Looks like storms are going to start firing up here. With these all in motion. So it does look like still along this cold front, you're going to start to see storms fire some more. So Rooster, you guys may get hit again. Storms forming off to your southwest. Right. So all of these storm chasers are actually dropping south. We still have a couple at, right in this storm. Two of them. I think we have two. Still just not seeing. Still not seeing strong rotation. Still have rotation. Right there. All right. Definitely windy. Windy, windy. All right, let's go back to central. So latest radar, very broad. Some patches of high winds, but nothing. You kind of have to match it up. So there would be some rotation, but that's the dry part of the storm. So really gusty winds down here. So you're looking at roughly about 70 mile an hour going away from the radar. You know, not too far away, but 31 going toward. So but they still have golf ball size, tornado label, possible considerable damage with 70 mile an hour winds. I'm definitely, there's a couple of spots in there, like I was showing you, like in the yellow pixels. That's about where your 70 mile an hour wind is. So if we kind of put it into a loop, I had strong winds. They're diminishing more, but still broad rotation. Um, this storm is kind of weakening a little bit. So not to the north of Atkinson, east of Stewart. Should be actually just at the Atkinson Stewart Airport, uh, right there. So it did just kind of go through there. Probably heavy rains and some hail push through there. So other small cells are firing up to the west. Let's take a peek out of this one. This still has a pretty good hail core on it. So Bayard, it looks like it just barely missed the heart of view, just went to the south, maybe the southern part of Bayard, got extremely large hail. Going to the north of Bridgeport, so it's heading toward Highway 385 and the intersection of Highway 26 and 385. Definitely some large hail. Um, this is saying golf ball. I'm saying bigger. So we'll look at the hail. I mean, it's not quite up to date because it's up to here, but definitely possibly even baseball size hail just going to the west of Bridgeport. So we'll put another. So Bridgeport, you could look out too. This could actually just go stay to your west and go more northeast. So you guys may have looked out. I'm pretty sure, you still probably have some homes up here. Road 100, like I said, Highway 385, Vance. This is actually heading up toward you. Kemp, this is heading toward your subdivision. Northport, uh, the main town could go just to the north of you, but I'm looking at Kemp and Vance for extremely large hail. So if you know anybody, north of Bridgeport, out in the panhandle of Nebraska, just to the east of Scotts Bluff, let them know that this is definitely coming and very considerable damage of hail. All right, let's go. I don't know, let's go into Denver. Nothing Denver. Goodland, Kansas radar. Have a little cell that popped up just to the north of Colby and to the east of St. Francis. We'll see what that does, possibly going in the direction of McCook. We'll do Hastings radar. Yeah, just the main cells are up here in Nebraska. Let's go a little bit more north. We'll go to Sioux Falls. Anything up here yet? Nothing. Aberdeen? Nothing. Rapid City? Nothing. All right. So this is our main event just right now. All right, this one for another still 20 minutes. Tornado label possible, golf ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable damage if you are in the path of the actual hail core. It does look like it's getting smaller. Even the hook echo isn't as present. Here comes the latest radar sweep. Uh, could start to see a little bit of tightening up. I mean, it's definitely broad rotation, but there's definitely broad rotation in there. Kind of just updated. So, I mean, they'll definitely have a tornado label signature on this. Um, Broad rotation, but there's definitely some rotation in it. All right, we'll come back out. All right. This severe thunderstorm warning should be expiring. Yeah, we have 4 minutes left. I don't think that they will continue this because this cell is not as impressive as it was. So I think they'll allow this one to expire. But this one is still 18 minutes. We'll see what this does. They may not keep the tornado label on this because it's starting to broaden out here. So there's not really any hook echoes at the bottom of this anymore. So I'm not thinking that they will keep a tornado label uh, signature on this. A couple of storms still starting to fire just to the south of Brewster again. Could see a little hail core pocket right there. Let's look really quick. Yeah, this hasn't updated, but this is actually definitely your hail core. That is actually. Oh, there you go. I think it heard me. Uh, so yeah, so right there is the hail core. So another small hail core signature. That's what a lot of these storms are going to be. It's just going to be hail and heavy rain and gusty winds. All right, let's figure out where a couple of these other severe thunderstorm warnings are. Wow. Okay, updated. They just updated this. This is what I was just talking about. This was not half-dollar size hail. So this is large apple size hail. Now in this, I was saying baseball, but okay, large apple. 60-mile-an-hour wind. This is a destructive storm. So if you are anywhere near Bridgeport, um, just to the north of Bridgeport, you have got to bring in your stuff. This is a destructive label storm. I mean, this storm is destructive. and it is going to your north. So we'll put some emotion on this one more time. This thing is coming like right to your north. If you are in Bridgeport, Nebraska, just to the north, you actually really need to treat this as a tornado. I mean, this is really destructive hail. This is going to shatter windows, sidings, cars, anything in its path right now. You definitely need to get to inner part of your house, lower level, no windows. Um, you really need to take cover with this storm coming through. When they were saying $50 size hail, I knew that they were bigger and they just updated it. So, yeah, a destructive thunderstorm, apple size hail, large apple size hail, just to the north of Bridgeport. So once again, DeGraw, if it just went through you, if you were along Highway 385, I would seek shelter. If you are in Kemp, if you are in the town of Kemp, and if you're watching, hey, you need to get to your lowest level, get away from windows. This is a destructive thunderstorm that's going to be coming right through you. Now, I don't know how many people are in Kemp. I could definitely see really quick. We'll just put 20-mile-an-hour speed on this. Um, all right, well, it doesn't show Kemp has any population, that there's no population or people in there, which I hope is true. You still have roads out here. I'm pretty sure people's houses are along these roads. People are definitely traveling along 385. But north of Northport and just to the west of Kemp, this is moving to the northeast. Let's see how fast this is actually moving. So we're looking at 3-inch size hail. So that's over apple size hail. Uh, Yep, I was talking about 385, 92. How fast is this going? East at 50. So this storm is actually moving at a pretty good clip. So there's probably nothing in its path, but we're going to go to the end of the cell. This is going 50 mile an hour. Okay, it is actually in the town of Kemp right now. Um, Kemp, yeah, population 0. So thank goodness for that. But this is um, this is huge hail. I mean, this is huge. I'm glad there's really nothing out here. Yeah, crazy. So this is still in effect for at least 12 minutes, but I do expect that they will extend this warning out. Let me see who is actually. There may not even be anybody really in this. You do have an airport up here, Alliance Airport. I think it'll probably stay to your south, but there's really nothing out here. I mean, this is extremely open land out here. Heinous, you are like extremely. Let me even just put you on your screen or on my screen. You are like way out here. All right, so I'm going to bring you guys back over here really quick. All right, so tornado, like I said, tornado label is gone. $50 size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds with these storms out here. Give me a quick 30-second break. I will be right back. Righty. All right. Still have the severe thunderstorm warning for another 8 minutes. Don't think there's really anything in. This is a pretty wide open area. So basically, where the see, those are county lines. Heading toward Highway 11. Um, Basically, in the path of this storm, you're going to have Emmett, O'Neill, Atkinson. More of the Emmett and Atkinson. If you guys are in this area, it'll be coming up toward you guys. All right, we're going to go back over to this devastating, destructive hail core cell. So we're still looking at a destructive thunderstorm, large apple-sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Um, thank goodness this is really not affecting anybody. Um, this is pretty wide open spot out here, but it was just to the north of Bridgeport, north side of Bridgeport. Kemp, it went through Kemp. Thank goodness it's like population nothing. This is all wide open. There might be a couple of farmhouses, uh, fields out here, but for the most part, there is nothing in this area. It is wide open. But regardless, still large apple-sized hail, a destructive thunderstorm just to the now northeast of Bridgeport. Moving at actually 50 mile an hour. So this storm is actually moving at a pretty good clip. So it should stay, south of Alliance, the Alliance Airport. Everything should stay south of you. Um, Heinous, I mean, you are in the path of this, but it's still a good distance away from you guys. All right. Okay. So they did just issue a new severe thunderstorm warning. All right. So instead of going forward, this one came back to the west of the initial warning, just to the east of Brewster. Let's see what it's saying. So ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds just to the east of Brewster. Latest scans coming in. Let's see how these are. So these are all going northeast at about 30 miles an hour. So if you are definitely in the path of this system, all right. So they did just expand or extend the other severe thunderstorm warning. Come on. So now this one is for still ping pong sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So Atkinson, O'Neill, you are just off to the northeast of this warning, but still, you're definitely going to get some rain and thunderstorms out of this. Atkinson, this is actually heading toward you. So if you are in Atkinson, be ready for large hail, possible damaging winds. All right, so we'll see. All right, so Atkinson, you should be getting this in probably roughly about a half an hour. There's roughly about 1,200 people in the path of this storm. If you are in Atkinson, expect large hail, damaging winds. All right, let's see where these other warnings are. All right, so let's check out Mobile, Alabama. Let's see what kind of storm is down there. All right, so looks like just to the west of Chickasha, Saraland, and Alabama, I think we are. All right. So less than 3/4 inch hail up to 60-mile-an-hour wind. So this system is about ready to expire anyway, so they probably won't extend that one. All right, let's take a quick look over in New Mexico because I know there was a couple over there. All right, what is this? So less than an inch size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. These are probably all moving to the probably northeast. Yeah. So all these storms are about ready to move out of New Mexico and into the panhandle of Texas to the northwestern part of uh, Texas, and then slowly make its way up toward the Oklahoma panhandle up here. All All right, let's go back up to. All right, we're gonna go over. So, new severe thunderstorm warning for this cell. I was talking about apple-sized hail was for this one. It was a destructive thunderstorm back here, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. It did come over here. We'll see what the new warning says. All right, it's come down just a little bit. So lime-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, considerable damage still. So we went from apples down to limes. So still, there's really nothing in the path of this storm. It is legit in the wide open. I mean, there's nothing out here. So definitely Sand Hill area. That was a good little cell. All right, so that one was extended. All right, so nothing really in Wyoming. We'll go back over here to north central Nebraska, where this was a pretty new warning. So ping pong sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. This was just to the east of Brewster, Nebraska, moving northeast. Put a little track on that. Tons of lightning out here. All right, so we'll go to the next system up to the northeast. So still ping pong sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds at this location. 1,200 people in Atkinson. You know, this is heading your way. Uh, Emmett, this is also, I don't know how many people are actually in Emmett. So let's just kind of go through there. Um, this was going at 30 miles an hour. Emmett, you have population of 46. So 46 people in Emmett. So any of these, Atkinson, Emmett, O'Neill, um, you could get this bottom section of the storm, the southern section, could come up towards you. So don't just keep your guard up. Don't let it down right now because these storms can just mainly large hail and destructive winds. All right. So storm's still trying to get going in northern Nebraska. Springview probably just had a little thunderstorm, heavy rains just come through you. Valentine, you got a cell just off to your south. Probably will still just go to your east. And then start getting into the South Dakota. Let's see. All right. So still there's nothing in South Dakota right now. But the lightning in these storms are just incredible. So definitely if you're just south of Atkinson, um, you are definitely seeing the storm move into your area from the south. Tons of lightning. Let's look at the hail cores on these. So you have two significant hails, and even the one just to your south, just to the east of Brewster, still have a good hail core on that one. So basically, where you see these purple areas, you're having some at least ping pong size hail, maybe a little bit smaller, in between quarter and ping pong size hail. All right, so we will see if we'll see if they did another update on the models for tonight yet. All right, so it looks like they did. So this is 6 o'clock. Let me pull this out. So that's supposed to be 6. We're not really seeing these storms uh, blow up yet. Could still happen, but that's 6. There's 7, 8, 9, 10, back to 11. You know, these storms are just holding along this cold front that's trying to push eastward. You know, that's 4 a.m. That's 4 in the morning. 5. There's 9. You know, not really much. So these models are kind of changing because earlier they were talking, in eastern Nebraska, you know, 8, 9, 10. Some storms coming in, but so it's weather. I mean, it's constantly changing. Um, let's go. So that was the HRRR model. Let's go to the NAM, which does it a little bit further out. We'll see what it says. See what it looks like. All right, so this is actually 5 p.m. tomorrow around the Omaha area. Let me get this up here for you guys. So we're looking at like 7 in the morning tomorrow morning. There's 11. There's 2 o'clock. There's 5 o'clock. And then a huge line um, along this cold front from Madison, Wisconsin, probably all the way down to northern Oklahoma. I mean, it's a massive line. Then it kind of dissipates as it moves eastward. And then more storms firing in eastern Nebraska, probably by 8 o'clock in the morning, um, Tuesday. Oh, and then some more storms fire up in Nebraska on Tuesday night. So we have a pretty active pattern that's going to go on. All right. So we'll go back to, all right, just to the west of O'Neill, south of Atkinson, Nebraska, still ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Ping pong size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds just to the east of Brewster. Let's go back to this one over here. How much longer? So, like I said, lime size hail, up to 60-mile-an-hour, considerable damage. If you were in the path of this is a lot of wide open space out here. Um, there's not really a lot out here. I think in the distance you have Highway 2 going through Heinous, Nebraska, but that is pretty far out there. All right. Still trying to wait for these other storms down to the south. I mean, they are starting, so maybe we probably got it. We have to give it a little bit more time, but so they are starting to develop down to the south a little bit more. So just to the west of Broken Bow, to the east of Stapleton, definitely seen some development. We'll go back and I'll show you. So these storms are firing along a cold front. Now they haven't really updated this probably map for a little bit. So the cold front is probably more like right now out here. That's probably where that is. So these storms are running along that cold front. But these storms are moving to the northeast, but this front is actually, going to the east. But the storms are going, they're just following this front as it slowly pushes to the east. Um, and they'll just keep firing along that line. All right, so we'll get back in there again. Um, and this does look like it's taking more of a little right-hand turn. So if you're in O'Neill, I would definitely stay alert because this hail core is actually making a little bit turn to the right. So still, oh, now they have a tornado label, possible signature on this. Golf ball size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. All right. So let's see. I imagine what they're looking at is basically in this area right here. So you have a little hook in there, and then you have your inflow notch right there. So they're probably looking at right there. So we'll go to velocities. Oh, there actually is. Hmm. All right. We definitely have a little bit of rotation in here. So this is actually more of a rain wrap. So what they're actually looking at is actually, well, it just moved, but still, as they're looking at right here is where it's coming in. So that's where they're looking. So we'll get another velocity scan, but right there. Okay. Well, like I said, it just moved. So we definitely have rotation in this area right here, which, and there could be. a quick spin up out there. So if you are definitely in um, Emmett, O'Neill, be vigilant of this storm. You definitely do have some rotation in this cell. I'm just kind of curious on the next scan. Definitely right in there is where we have rotation. Now, if it can tighten up a little bit more, you know, we could very easily see a tornado warning for this location. So we're just waiting on another scan to come in. All right. We could possibly have a little spin up right here of a tornado. We're looking at winds 46 and 25. So 46 and 25. So we definitely have some circulation going on in this. So definitely some rotation. It would definitely be rain wrapped. It would be back in this area right here. We'll definitely keep our eye on. Let's see what the latest scan is on this one. I mean, it's weak, but it's still there. We'll see. So, regardless, if you are in O'Neill, Nebraska, or Emmett, Nebraska, I would definitely, be inside, go to an interior part of your house. I mean, this definitely does have tornado label, possible signature on it, golf ball size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. And if you are underneath one of these golf ball size hail, expect considerable damage. Um, Man, I really do think we have quick spin up. All right, so that was the latest. Still seeing right there. So rotation is starting to pick up a little bit on this cell. So if you are, south of Emmett or even in Emmett or O'Neill, Nebraska, I would definitely be aware of this storm. I mean, this is definitely what they're looking at. Is right in here. And velocities, match up like perfect to that. Definitely have rotation in there. So definitely be aware of this. So it still looks like it just updated again. We're still looking at right here. All right. We'll wait and see. They're still, man, I really think here pretty soon they'll put a tornado warning out for this one, possibly. Right there. As soon as that updates a little bit more. All right, and even then it could just be out to the north just a little bit, but you guys get the idea of about where it is. This is definitely getting a stronger hook on it. You can kind of see these storm chasers are trying to get on this what is it, 281, and probably try to head north. So they're on Highway 95 right now, probably trying to get up back north again. Because this one could easily produce a tornado on this one. All right, so they did just extend it. There's still rotation right there. Which is inside. So if there was a tornado, this would definitely be rain wrapped. This would not be visible. There's no CC, so there's no tornado on the ground if there was. Yeah, we'll wait and see. We'll see what this polygon says. So they're just going to extend it for ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. But we still have rotation in this cell. So if you are in Emmett, I would be in your safe spot. O'Neill in your safe spot. While this cell slowly pushes your way, pushes northeast into you guys, Emmett and O'Neill. And then moving on to maybe Lynch, maybe just to the east of Lynch, and then into South Dakota. Uh, Tyndall and Marty, Wagner up toward you guys. We'll have to look at this lower section too, right here. Here's another clear hook echo just to the west of Chambers, right in there. Still a good hook. Don't really see a lot in that one, but still, right there. Well, I'm telling you, right there. It's some pretty strong rotation right there. If we go back to reflectivity, there is definitely rotation right there. So we have winds, say 58, 60 mile an hour and roughly about 10 mile an hour. So there's definitely rotation there. So we'll just have to see. Pretty soon we're going to really be getting out of range. We're going to be in a dead spot for uh, the radars. Because this radar out here is barely reach. You can kind of see the line where it kind of goes to. So we're kind of going to be in a radar hold. All right, so that was a new sweep. It's not as bad, but still have a little rotation, not huge. All right, so now they just put a tornado label. Nope, actually, I think that was for this one. It was. Broad rotation in there. All right, everything else actually looks pretty good. Like I said, there's still slight rotation in there, but it's not strong enough to do anything. All right. All right, we'll go back out here to the west. All right, so this one's now back up to tennis ball size hail. Tennis ball size hail, 60 mile an hour or 70 mile an hour wind. Sorry. Tennis ball size hail, 70 mile an hour. Considerable damage if you are underneath this, which I have said there is nothing out here that really can be damaged. This is out in the sand hills and nothing's there. So it just crossed road 155. There's the latest scan. Probably not as big now. So the latest scan for the hail, see, this is like way behind. This should be in here. Oh, All right, so we do have a tornado warning. Oops. Let's go see where that is for. If I'm probably not mistaken. Come on. Oh, where is this for? All right, so we have a tornado warning in Minnesota. So if you're in, what is it, Wapit or Moose River, you need to be seeking shelter. Boy, this is a bad radar site out here. So radar indicated with quarter-size hail. It would probably be back in here. Wish there was another radar site close to here. Let me see where I could go. This is like really far northern Minnesota, really far north. So we are clear out on our radar site. So do have some storm chasers up there. Looks like Tornado Pagey is up there, which is her. Um, Not quite sure who this one is. Storm Runner Media. Okay. So Runner Media and Tornado Pagey are on this cell. Unfortunately, I can't show what they are seeing, um, not without their permission. So once again, tornado warning for extreme northern Minnesota. Um, this is really in the wide open. This is a wildlife management association area or wildlife management area up here. Extreme northern. Lake of the Woods is off to your east. Baudette, you're in the path of this. If this continues, Williams, you're to the northeast of this. Put a track on this. So northeast, we'll see how fast this is moving. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located just 8 miles south of Skyme, or 29 miles south of Roseau, moving east at 30. So we'll go 8 miles to the south. But this is right when it came out. We'll see where that is. All right, so that's where 8 miles to the south. Okay, grab it, move it. All right, so that's basically where it was just below. the dot. So it would actually be right where tornado Pagey was, is right where that tornado was located. Um, moving to the northeast. So right now it would probably be up here. Like I said, the radar sites up here are horrible. So it'd be down over here. All right, so if we back up a little bit, expand this, um, Red Lake Indian Reservation is just to the southeast of this tornado warning, so it'll miss you, go off to the north. Pine Island State Forest. All the animals just know it's going to stay to your north. We can almost get a Canada radar site, but this one's probably closer. Yeah. All right, really quick, we'll leave here really fast. We'll come back to Nebraska's really quick. Here, put this down. Or up here really quick. All right, so we'll go back in. Let's start off just to the west a little bit, where those tennis ball size hails were, and they're still considering tennis ball size hails, 70-mile-an-hour wind, considerable damage. If you are underneath one of these um, tennis ball cells, I'm not really seeing tennis balls out of these right now. I mean, you're put there not even 70,000 feet. So, kind of thinking that this is actually not tennis balls anymore. Um, whoops. All right. So, new radar, new sweep just went by. Still in the middle of nowhere. All right. So, we'll go back to the east. We'll start on the southern part of it. Still $half size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. They still have a tornado possible label on this one, but this is the one that was up here. If they had a tornado label possible, that should be expiring in about 5 minutes. They will probably let that expire. Um, Still ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds in this one. See a little broad rotation right in there. All right. All right, so our tornado warning was up in northern Minnesota. Where are we? Way up, like the last county before Canada. Literally, this blue line right there is actually Canada. Okay, so we do have an observed tornado. So we do have an observed tornado on the ground. So I don't know who really has this. So Storm Runner Media doesn't have connection. So my guess is it is right here because we have extremely. Oh, it just updated. So this tornado would actually be back in this area right here. That's where that would be. Yep. So there's definitely back in that area is where your tornado would be. And and thankfully, this is in a lot of wooded area, wildlife management area, um, wide open up here. There's not a lot up here. But we do have a tornado, observed tornado. It would be in this area right here, moving this direction, northeast. Like I said, it's really hard with this radar site because there is nothing up here. And it's pretty far away from the radar. Yeah, that's too far and that's pushing the boundaries. So it actually looks like Tornado Pagey is actually north of this cell. I assume she's probably going north. Yep. So she's actually moving away from this. She might be coming north to Weiner and then probably east. They're probably trying to intercept this coming up and then over, and then as the storm goes to the northeast. So still an observed tornado. We can see if there was any CC drop with it. I don't see anything. All right. So still a tornado warning for extreme northern Minnesota. We are like right on the Minnesota Canadian border. So moving northeast. So there's actually two storm chasers in that area. You have Tornado Pagey, which is to the north of this cell, and actually Storm Runner Media, um, which is to the west. The storm kind of just went through them. So still moving to the northeast. We'll take a quick look. So it's really open forest until it gets to Canada, and then it'll be out of the United States. All right, so we're going to take another quick peek down in Nebraska really quick. Let's take a look down here. We'll take a quick look at these cells down here. All right, so that one in O'Neill still has ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour wind. It looks like they just put out a severe thunderstorm warning for this cell in O'Neill to move east into Center, Creighton, Bloomfield, uh, Crofton. You guys are all in a severe thunderstorm warning, and new severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect for ping pong sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour wind, and that's for Brewster again. They've just been getting pounded. tonight. So, Brewster, you're now again in a severe thunderstorm warning. Ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Another $50 size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that is to the northeast of Brewster. Um, Maybe nothing is actually in this area. So it doesn't really look like any towns are in this area. You got a few highways, 183, Highway 11. So nothing there, but the biggest cell is over O'Neill and just expanded. So this must be moving east. We'll see how fast this is moving east. Well, it says it's moving northeast at 40. So, yeah. So this lower cell here of O'Neill, Creighton, Center, Bloomfield, you're all in the path of this storm. Looks like now some storms are getting together in southern South Dakota. Gregory, Burke, Winter. You guys should all be getting some rain, thunderstorms moving into your areas. Let's go back down to this storm. They were having tennis ball size. Okay, now we're down to golf ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind. So golf ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind for this cell. That is literally out in the middle of nowhere. And this warning is probably going to expire here in just a little bit. Looks like 8 more minutes, but it will probably expire before then, or they'll let it drop before then. All right, so it doesn't really look like any more storms are really forming back down this line. Just a little blip just to the west of McCook. But you can see where that cold front lines up. All right, let's go back up to this tornado warning really quick. Extreme northern Minnesota. So it was observed at one time, and there could actually still strong rotation. Let's see about the hail in there. The hail isn't that big in there. So the cloud tops aren't really that high. I mean, they're right at, okay, so that new radar scan, 55,000 feet. So this isn't really a tall storm. Right. So it still has 21 minutes on it. It's still moving to the northeast. Trying to see if tornado Pagey. So yeah, so she's actually going to be moving back into it. So she's actually going east on Winter Forest Road. Either Winter or Weiner. Probably Winter. So she must be in a total dead spot. All right, let's go back down. I mean, you can see where that is. It's like going to be pushing into Canada here pretty soon. All right, so this cell clear western Nebraska. All right, okay, there it goes. I was gonna say expires in 4 minutes, but I don't see it. It's yeah, it's out of the box, so they will let this expire, which they just did. Perfect timing. So that one doesn't have as big as hail as it did, so it's below severe limits. So we still have these cells. O'Neill down toward Brewster. Put these in motion for you guys. So it kind of looks like the southern part of the storm on this one over O'Neill is kind of dissipating, getting lower in strength. So really, I see this not really turning that much. So holding a line probably like that going up. Um, sure, it could make a rider hand turn, but you know, I'm not seeing that right now. But regardless, Creighton, Bloomfield, you know, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning. Just keep your eyes out on this storm. I think it's going to go more to your guys' north center. Um, you guys could get some heavy rain, and then it's going to move into the um, Tyndall and South Dakota. So in between Bristol and O'Neill, just training. There's been a lot of heavy rain out here. Let's kind of curious. Kind of curious the totals. So we're having like almost 4 inches, 3 inches, two, 1.5, 1.25. So this is what I was talking about when I said, Bristol was just uh, Brewster. Sorry. So just to the east of Brewster, they were just getting nailed with heavy rains over and over and over again. So they're pushing 4 inches of rain up in that area. They've had massive amounts of rain. I mean, the cells just keep training. It's called training when rain just keeps going over the exact same spot over and over and over again. Um, so that's called training. Okay, so they let the severe thunderstorm warning go in between Atkinson and O'Neill, so they put out a new one. It's kind of what I was thinking, because I really don't think so. $half size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Just the way that this storm was going, I didn't really see it going um more to the east. Yeah, so it's taken more of a line, going like that. So if you were in Center, Bloomfield, uh, Crofton, and Creighton, I don't see this really making that right hand turn and coming to you. So I think you're pretty much out of the woods on that. Even though you're still in the severe thunderstorm warning, I it's going to stay north of you guys. Lynch, this is heading for you guys. You guys will see some pretty heavy rain up in Lynch, still in Nebraska. Yeah, Spencer, Lynch. All right, let's take a quick peek of northern Minnesota again. We'll see if they've done any updates on this yet. All right. Well, they still have an observed for 13 minutes. Still some strong rotation out here. Moving that way, northeast. Once again, I think Tornado Pagey was trying to, not quite sure what see which way she's going. All right, so she's still going north. I think she's going to try to get ahead of this on whatever highway. I'm not quite sure which one this is. It's something Parkway Southwest is this one. She might be trying to get ahead of this storm. Looks like Storm Runner Media is, let's see where he's going. I wonder if he's coming back south again. We'll see what he's doing. He might be stopped. All right. So there's officially 11 minutes left on that one. Here comes a recent scan. I mean, if anything, it's up here now. So it's definitely a rain wrapped tornado. If it's even still there, it's completely rain wrapped because I don't see there's no CC drop. which just means that it's not picking up anything. If the tornado's on the ground, it may, if it was in a populated area or even just trees, it'd be throwing them up in the air, and then we would be able to see that. I don't see anything. Um, oh, they extended that tornado warning too. So there's still strong rotation right where I have my circle. Uh, there's still strong rotation. All right. So how long? I'm sorry, guys. See how long. So it's still an observed tornado. So this is still an observed tornado. Um, let's see if it's. Let's see national weather. It's tornado warning. Southwest Lake for the Woods County, north central Minnesota. A confirmed tornado was located 7 miles south of Norris Camp. So 7 miles south of Norris Camp, moving east at 35. Weather spotters confirmed the tornado. 7 miles south of Norris Camp. All right, so Norris Camp has to be just right up here. So, oops. All right, Norris Camp. Sort of. That's it. All right. So regardless, that tornado is right in here. Yeah. All right. All right. So once again, that's actually moving to the northeast. I mean, it's almost pushing into the Canadian side. All right, we'll come back down here to Nebraska really quick. Let's go to the Sioux Falls radar. Anything? No, it's basically the same. All right. Once again, a ton of lightning for Brewster. Man, they've seen a ton of rain down here. If you've been here, you've known that. I mean, this training of rain. I mean, they've seen roughly about 4 inches plus. of rain in these areas because it just keeps raining. It's called training. It's when cells just keep going over one another and just keep building and going. All right, so this cell here has finally started to move northeast. This has had a history of some pretty big size hail out here. All right, looks like some severe thunderstorm warnings are in Texas. That's probably the ones that we were talking about earlier that was going from New Mexico. Um, yep, they just crossed the border from New Mexico into Texas. Looks like quarter size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds are in this line. So we'll take a quick peek. Oh yeah. So I'm pretty sure some of these there was 73, so I caught a 73-mile-an-hour wind gust. So yeah, so this area right in here where the severe thunderstorm warning is, these winds in here are between 60 and 70-mile-an-hour wind gust in there. So if you were in Dumas, uh, Borger, um, Amarillo, you know, could be seeing some gusty winds coming in. Let's just see which way these are actually going. All right, so Dumas, you're probably going to see some spearmen. This is kind of heading in your direction too in Texas. So this is in the most northwestern part of Texas, basically before you get into Oklahoma. All right, let's go back up here. So it doesn't look like anything is building to the south of this. All right, have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going into South Dakota for ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour wind. That's been the ongoing thing with these storms. Ping pong size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We'll take a quick look at the hail to see where the hail's being picked up. Now, this is probably delayed just by a little bit, but yeah, definitely hail core here, back down here. These aren't so big. These are saying ping pong size, but I don't think they're that big. Maybe a couple of these little cells. But all right, so cells are kind of moving into South Dakota along this cold front line that is still present. So they just kind of haven't updated this line yet, but the cold front is slowly pushing, eastward. So we're looking at, this whole entire area is probably out here now. Probably comes down and then back around. have your low pressure system. This is your dry line. All right, so another couple of more severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll go to the New Mexico one first. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So it's riding along this dry line. So that's where these storms are coming from. We'll see. So this is that one that we were just talking about with 70-mile-an-hour winds, kind of down here with Dumas. Let's see what this says. Yeah, quarter size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable wind damage. So if you're behind this, you can kind of see the push out right there. So anywhere in here are going to be your strongest wind gust. And these, I believe, are going to the northeast. So that's where those are going. So we'll put this in a quick motion again. So you have your bow out. When you have bow out, that means just dangerous, strong winds that are bowing out. It's pushing forward the storm, or it's pushing out from the storm. So we'll stop this. We'll go to velocities. Let's take a quick peek at. So we're getting pretty close to the Amarillo radar. So we'll take a quick peek. So 60, 63, 63. So I don't see quite as strong as wind gust before. Before we did have like about a 72-mile-an-hour wind gust. I don't see that now. But still, regardless, you can kind of see right here where I was talking about. This is all pushing to the northeast, and these are extremely strong winds that are pushing into there. All right. All right. So we'll take off this overlay really quick. So let's look at, we can look at spotter hail reports. All right, so let's go back up here. So still an observed tornado for about another 12 minutes. So if you're just joining us, this tornado has been observed. This is in the most northern part of Minnesota. So basically, this blue line is going into Canada. So it is at the most northern part. There's still rotation in there. All right, so now it's just radar indicated. So it went from observed to radar indicated, but still is a tornado warning for another 10 minutes at the most northern part of Minnesota you can get until you get into Canada. So let's drop back down. All right, this radar. All right, so I have a couple cells just moving into southern South Dakota. Not severe, just heavy rains. Um, the severe thunderstorm warnings are still in Nebraska. Uh, Ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. This possibly would hold that. I still don't really see ping pong size hail in these. Um, we could take a quick peek. There could be. I mean, this is up here. I'd like to see another more recent scan for this. Maybe it'll show up. So I think this will drop in considerable amount when it gets up to here. I don't think we're seeing that again. We'll drop down, not as large as hail here, not as large as hail here. So, which is a good thing. So I'm not really seeing the hail that probably it's saying ping pong size. I don't see it. $50 size, maybe. Have a little bit of gusty winds in here. Almost 60-mile-an-hour still. So that would probably be basically the main threat for that one is the more of the 60-mile-an-hour winds. I don't believe the ping pong size hail is still there. Let's try to come up. Oh, we are on the Sioux Falls radar. All right, let's see how much longer. All right, we have 7 minutes longer for Lake of the Woods, Minnesota. Lake of the Woods, Minnesota for a tornado warning that is radar indicated now. It was observed earlier when it was more to your west, but basically have 7 minutes left. I wouldn't be surprised if they let that go earlier. We'll take a quick peek up there again really quick. All right, so we're roughly about 5 minutes away from expiring on this one. So if you're up in Canada, they've got some pretty heavy heavy rain, thunderstorms up there. I don't usually cover Canada. All right, so we'll try to do this one again. still calling ping pong size, but the cloud tops just aren't that big. So maybe that's just what they had before. Yeah, has 5 more minutes until it expires. I don't see ping pong size hail. I see 60-mile-an-hour winds, but I don't see ping pong size hail. $50 size hail, possibly. The cloud tops just really aren't there. We'll go to velocity. I mean, we got stronger winds in here. 40, 45. There's a 50. Yeah, even winds aren't like they were. So I can see the 60-mile-an-hour winds, but I don't see that big of ping pong size hail anymore in these. Now this one, if we get closer, good. So they're doing golf ball size hail with 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, considerable damage if this like hits you. So this is moving more to the northeast. So Tyndall, this is basically in southern South Dakota. Yankton, this will be off to your west, so you don't have to worry about that. Marty, it'll be off to your east. So Wagner may see this just off to their east, but Tyndall, this will kind of probably hit you. So if you have anything outdoors that you need brought in, I'd go put your cars in, outside furniture in. Um, I can definitely see, we can see what winds are doing with this. All right. So we're seeing in 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts coming through. Yeah, for the most part, lower winds, but there is some between 60, 65-mile-an-hour winds that'll be coming um, to you in southern South Dakota. All right, let's go back up to this tornado warning really quick. In northern, this thing has got to be going into Canada by now. This has got to be, man, they extended it again. So they extended this warning all the way up until it crosses into Canada. So still radar indicated, which this would actually be back in here, moving this direction, moving to the northeast. So they have extended this for roughly 50 minutes. Oops, sorry, you guys can't see that. My bad. So this will be roughly for about another 47, 50 minutes. That's basically how long it's going to take, which I don't even think it's going to take that long. Let's how fast is this moving? So it's moving east at 30. So if we take that down, we'll put a trajectory into Canada, 30 miles an hour. Yeah, 45 minutes. So, yeah. So basically 45 minutes it'll be into Canada. So if you're in Pitt, 33 minutes, Burdette, 45 minutes, and then it's basically into Canada. So this was an observed tornado back here to the west, but basically all open forest area. Ended up going just to a regular tornado warning and now radar indicated. Oh yeah, that's like exactly where I was pointing out too. So definitely rotation. Yep. They're moving off to the northeast now. That other warning was able to expire, but when the next scan comes in, it should be up in here, which is in the polygon. So we'll wait and see. So anyway, that was that tornado warning, and all this area up here, honestly, is nothing but wildlife, forest management area, wildlife management area. There's really nothing up here. All right. So we'll go back down here to the warnings in Nebraska and South Dakota. All right. Looks like they were able to let those other ones expire, which they should. There's nothing down here anymore. So here we're still seeing $half size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. We'll see exactly where that hail is. Still have some pretty good hail. So just hey, what's going on, buddy? Thanks, appreciate it. Still seeing the hail cores on some of these storms. So I can definitely see $half size hail in these. So all these are still moving to the northeast along a cold front. So you can kind of see where the cold front is. It's just lined up right there. So O'Neill, you'll see another round here pretty soon. Everything moving up toward South Dakota. I am not seeing anything behind this. Another little cell by Stapleton, just to the east, but nothing south of North Platte. Nothing by Broken Bow. So this cell, it's getting weaker. I mean, it's probably windy. Let me see. Winds aren't that bad. But this cell right here was actually producing large apple-sized hail just south of Scotts Bluff. This, yeah, it was crazy. So when this cell was actually about right here, was producing large apple-sized hail with a destructive label on it. So thank goodness, really, there's nothing out there. It is nothing but open land. So yeah, that was pretty cool to see, but good thing nobody was out there. All right, so this cell is finally moving into southern South Dakota. So they have golf ball size hail, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, and considerable damage if you're underneath this hail core. So for you guys, let's see exactly where that is. All right, so I believe this. Let's go back and see the process on this hail. All right. So y'all can basically see the general trajectory is still to the northeast. So if anybody's in this area, you got a little bit of hail coming. All right, let's go back up to this tornado warning in northern Minnesota. Let's see where it is. So it looks like Tornado Pagey is actually really trying to get ahead of this storm. So I think she was looking more toward, the south. So she's coming down. She's going east on Highway 11, looking more to the south. Um, I think she's trying to intercept this. So she'll probably come over and then go down Highway 72 a little bit and try to intercept this tornado. It's still radar indicated. We'll have to see really quick. So yeah, it's still actually back here. All right. So, like I said, there's really still nothing out this direction. This is all wide open space out here. All right, we'll go back to. There's not really that many more warnings out there. So, this one is still for $half size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. We can look at these really quick, which this is some wind gusts in here. We'll see what it is. 53. So 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts in there. Probably the same thing. There's close to a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust in there. So they do have wind gust in there. Still basically the same thing right in here. Let's see what this is. So 58, roughly about 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts in this warning. So I see that sunset. That's actually pretty cool. Still awfully windy out there. So until this front actually moves through us here in eastern Nebraska, it is still going to be hot. Even I think tomorrow morning, it's still supposed to be hot. Let me see. So wind advisory. Oh, that's expired. Expired. All right. So a lot of our warnings for heat, wind advisories, wind warning, they've all expired. So roughly 8 o'clock Central Time, and we are pushing 8:25. So we are good there. So once again, for everybody who's still here or just off and on, appreciate it. Appreciate your support. We're trying to grow this stream, bigger, better. Um, I thought it was going to be a little bit more active tonight. You know, still seeing a couple of thunderstorms. We got one tornado warning. I will probably be on also. I'm not getting off right now, but probably go live stream tomorrow after work, which is after 3. So I'll probably go live somewhere around the 4 o'clock region again. We'll see where the storms line up and fire for tomorrow. Um, all right, still seeing this radar indicated tornado warning. Buzz down really quick. I mean, this thing is like slow, like really slow. I don't even think this thing is really moving. I guess it is. All right, so we're looking like in here, the rotation. So we're looking just in there. Actually, I'm probably a little bit high on. I think we're getting the stronger rotation down through here. And this, once again, is moving toward Tornado Pagey, who is a storm chaser. All right. So the couple people that are on here, where are you guys from? Um, Austin, are you still on? Or are these couple other people? Where do you guys live? Are you guys in Nebraska, South Dakota? Where do you guys live? Just kind of curious. All right. We'll just come back down here. You know what? Let's go back down to Texas, where, yeah, we'll come back down here. Let's see what's going on in here. Kind of curious on these. This is a storm I was telling you about earlier. Still, could be some gusty winds in here. Go to velocities. Definitely up here. So there's 60, 62. Oh, there was a 71. All right. So there is still gusty winds up here. All the other ones are not bad. Yeah. So a couple of spots where it's still roughly about 70 mile an hour and probably still moving to the northeast. It does look like it's actually getting weaker as it's getting more to the east. We'll come back down here. So quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let's see where the hail, I assume. Yeah. Yeah, not very big. I have one little hail core right in here. Not very big. Quarter size, I probably wouldn't even say quarter size. That's probably more, oh, maybe like marble size, in between marble and quarter. I don't think it's quite quarter. All right, so that's there. There is not, truthfully, uh, chat. There is not a lot of stuff going on. I expected it to be a little bit more active. So we'll just take a quick peek around. So a little bit in Florida. We'll just kind of take a trip around the United States here. Florida, just a couple of showers. It's nothing really. Yeah, those are all moving like off the coast. So nothing there. Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, have parents over here in the Raleigh. Everything looks good over there. Virginia, I mean, literally, Maine, there's nothing up here. Michigan, Wisconsin, yeah, for the most part, Minnesota, you have one probably the only little cell in Minnesota is still a tornado warning. Let me see let's see how many more minutes. It says 30, but I don't believe 30. All right. So, for the most part, Wisconsin, nothing. Minnesota, other than that one little cell in that one county, nothing. North Dakota, couple rain showers. Montana. You know what's weird is they had winter storm warnings. Um, I'm just kind of curious if those are actually still out. All right, they are not. But believe it or not, they had probably close to a foot of snow up in this area. It was, yeah, crazy. And that was just like 2 days ago. I think they're basically all gone now. But anyway, yeah, that was crazy. All right, up in Washington, well, Idaho and Washington, maybe some showers going down the West Coast. Oregon, nothing. Nevada, Idaho, California, Utah, maybe. No, that's actually forest area. Nothing. Seriously, Chad, this is like Colorado, nothing. Couple of showers in Wyoming. Like Nebraska, southern South Dakota, and extreme north Minnesota, and a couple of cells in New Mexico and Texas have been really the only excitement for today. There is literally nothing. We'll take a quick peek at um, so let's go to the outlook for tomorrow. So tomorrow is day 2. We'll see what's there. So we have slight risk um, from central Kansas, Lincoln, Omaha, and Cedar Rapids going up into Wisconsin. Slight risk for severe weather. The general, going on out. So this will be our main line for tomorrow. Oops, sorry, wrong one. I don't even think really so tornado risk for 2% is still from Little Omaha south uh into Kansas, just north of Dodge City, Des Moines, Waterloo, Iowa, Cedar Rapids, Green Bay, Wisconsin, Madison, probably Monroe. Still have some family out here in lower Wisconsin. So a small risk for tornadoes out there. For tomorrow, wind, I can just kind of do this. Wind outlook, exactly in the same location. Hail, basically same location. Day 3 outlook, slight risk, western Nebraska to Wyoming, western South Dakota into northern Colorado, slight risk. So if we go we'll go into future uh, radar really quick with the models. So we'll do the NAM extended on a full screen. I'll let it load really quick. So this will be, well, this is like 4 o'clock today. So let me get back up to where we are. We're roughly about 8 o'clock. So this is us right now, which is pretty accurate. There's more thunderstorms on here in Minnesota than really there are. So this is right now 8 o'clock. We'll go 9 o'clock. So midnight. Okay, so this is tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. We'll go 12, 1. All right, so storms really start to fire. Probably I'd say after 3 o'clock. So Omaha, Lincoln, there's a line up through Cedar Rapids into Madison, Wisconsin. That's where a line is going to start forming. So by 6, 7 o'clock, a pretty good line from Wisconsin down into Iowa, uh, southeastern uh, Nebraska into Kansas. Um, then the line starts to actually dissipate by early morning, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning dissipates. Now we're into Tuesday. Tuesday starts to fire up back in Nebraska again, roughly Tuesday evening, Tuesday night, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night. Storms are back in Nebraska again, pushing into southern southern Minnesota and South Dakota and northwestern Iowa. So that's kind of the outlook where it goes. Now we're going to go backwards so you guys can kind of see what's going on. So until Tuesday, right here is now, overnight, then into tomorrow. There's tomorrow evening, tomorrow night, and then Tuesday evening. So we got a little bit of rain chances and pretty active through the middle of the United States. All right. All right, so we'll go back. There is not really much. This is the Omaha radar. Not much really. Pretty sure this one will probably be able to expire. Let's see, 23 minutes. I don't see a lot in this one. Let's go back to hail and see where the hail, I assume, yeah. So basically everywhere where you saw purple is basically your hail cores. So purple, purple. It's where the cloud elevation is a little bit higher. So about 65,000 feet on that one. Same here, 65,000 feet on that one. 60,000 feet on that one up there. So, all right, this tornado warning has got to be expiring here pretty soon. Did they lower it? All right, radar indicated still 21 minutes. Then they expanded the tornado warning to its southeast. So they say radar indicated for this one. Let's see where this one. So it's still basically right here. All right, well, this one probably for the most part is just going to kind of skirt right along here and then go into there. Kind of have a feeling that's what it's going to do. All right. And even then, there's still nothing in this area. So this it's going to basically go like this is where it's going. Sure, they're going to put everything down here because I mean, could go this way, could go this way, could do a lot. But for the most part, this is going to be probably, oops, it's going to be here is where it is, and it's going to be moving more east, northeast. So there's still nothing really in its way. Um, put this into motion for you. I still don't see how this is basically this is probably a just in case it turns to the south, but it's mainly going to hold this northeastern course right here. So, all right, we're going to take one more look at this down here in Nebraska, South Dakota. We'll do a Sioux Falls radar site. Um, Same thing, $half size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. You know, here comes another radar sweep, so we'll let this go by. So same thing, there's really nothing in the path of this. I mean, if it goes continues on a northeastern, it's Parker, Marion, Freeman. Those are basically in the path, and even then, that's going to be a little while. Let's see how long that's going to take. So it's roughly moving northeast at 40. So even if we put a tracker on here at just say 40 miles an hour. So Jamesville in 20 minutes, Jamesville Colony 20 minutes, Midway 26 minutes, Cameron Colony 38 minutes, Spring Valley 39 minutes, Turkey Ridge 40 minutes, and out to Marion and basically 55 minutes. So this cell, if it continues on as you know on the path goes, which it could, it'll reach these. So roughly about 3,600 people, 3,700 people are in the path of this storm. Roughly just, and like I said, just 60-mile-an-hour winds, up to $half size hail. Down back here in Nebraska, a lot of lightning. So these storms definitely produce lightning. I'm going to show you these storms just keep training over the same area. So, which means they just keep going over the same area. And it's been that way all night. So, if we go to so far the total precip amount for some of these, you going to come in? All right. These are like wild amounts. So, we're looking at if we kind of go in. So, this is just to the east of Brewster, Nebraska. So we're looking, we have amounts in here at over 5 inches of rain, that 4 inches, 4 inches, 4.5 inches. They literally got pulverized with rain. It just kept raining and raining. Even then, this whole line, to inch and a half, and it kind of dissipates. But the same, I mean, we're talking over 5 inches of rain. I mean, radar estimated, but So if you live in Brewster, just to the northeast, I mean, your guys' fields are probably flooded. So we'll go back, and as you see, there's still rain in that area, still continuing. So, yeah, in this area, they've got over 5 inches of rain. Is yeah, pretty wild. All right, we'll take a look over here. There's really nothing going on over there. We'll go back down to Texas really quick and the Panhandle. We'll see those over here. We'll do the Amarillo radar. Quarter size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. You know, how long was that for? 14 minutes. I don't really think that there's 70. Well, I guess before I talk, I should look. There wasn't before, but actually I just saw a 70. Okay, so there's 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and this is even outside of the warning. So either in the warning or even outside of warning is still roughly 70 mile an hour. So yeah. So definitely on the outside of that warning, just to the south, uh, you have 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. So if you are definitely on this side of the storm, you definitely have 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So we'll put this in motion. We'll see which way this is actually going. All right. So even though it's outside the Warren area, that that 70-mile-an-hour wind gust is actually going, up that way. So Borger, you are definitely in, even though you're not in that warning, you could definitely see 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. What's in here? So less than 3/4 size inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we'll go down here to New Mexico. We'll figure out what's going on down here. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So this must be dropping. Basically, it's just dropping. Nope. Still going northeast, but this line. Quarter size hail, 60. So we'll see where the hail core actually is in this. All right. So definitely not in this polygon right here. They may get some pea to marble size hail in here, but even then, I really don't see quarter size hail in this. Maybe, maybe. Like I said, it's more like marble size in between marble and quarter, but the rest of this is like pea size. So not a lot of hail in these. All right, let's go. You know what? Let's just go back up to Minnesota really quick. Let's take a quick peek at those. All right, so this one, it's kind of in this area now. I don't think that scan was updated, so it might be a little bit further up here, but still the same. Still taking a trajectory. So this blue line right here, this is the Canadian border. So, I mean, we are literally in the last county in Minnesota before we go into another country, basically. Hey, Minnie, what's going on? So, where's everybody from? I see a few people on here. Where are you guys from? You guys from Nebraska, South Dakota? What state you guys from? All right. We'll come back over. Yeah. And this tornado was observed a while ago when it was like back here, but this is all um, wildlife management. Wildlife management area. So there is literally nothing out here beside forest area. All right. So let's go. All right. So we still just have the one severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota, which now it's quarter size hail, less than 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Hey, can you look at the Nebraska storms and see if it's hitting Minnesota hard? Um, so there's one storm in Minnesota and basically one storm in Nebraska. That is all it is. So the one storm here is about ready to expire in about 8 minutes, and I don't think that they will expand this one. They might into O'Neill. It does still have a couple of good hail cores to it, so they may extend it. But the one in Minnesota is probably going to expire here very shortly. So they did take off the other one. So this has 8 minutes, and even then, I don't see it lasting 8 minutes because the tornado is actually warned for up here. So basically, one county in Minnesota and basically one severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska, one in South Dakota, which probably will not stay severe. Um, Quarter less than 50-mile-an-hour. I don't even think that that's even quarter size hail, and it's not. That is basically marble size hail right there. So I don't even see that. So for the most part, pretty uneventful night. Couple of hail cores on the Nebraska side here and here. Have a storm just off to the northeast of Platte Colony in South Dakota, just to the east of Eagle. So this one probably has a little bit of hail in it. Yeah, just a little bit. All right, so once again, these storms are along a cold front, which is pushing east, but of course all the storms are going to the northeast because they're just riding along this front, going northeast, but the whole front is actually pushing to the east, which we'll see more of the severe weather outlook that I just got done showing more for this area for tomorrow evening. So we'll stay on for a few more minutes and uh, probably call it a night, and then I'll be back on probably live tomorrow at about 4 o'clock. I work until 3, and then basically come home, get ready, and then start broadcasting about 4. So if you guys subscribe, you guys will be notified when I go live tomorrow. Um, I mean, there's still a tornado risk tomorrow, severe risk tomorrow. So we could definitely see what is going on tomorrow. Anybody know who's winning the College World Series right now? All right. Trying to see who's winning. Anybody know what channel it's on? It was on ESPN. College World Series already over? Who won? Does anybody know? I know they were supposed to play today. I figured it started at 7. I'll have to look it up. Oh, LSU won? Good. Sorry, I was going for LSU out of all of them. Good, good, good. All right, so it does look like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. So they did expand the one with the 2 hail cores I was talking about earlier. Looks like they did expand it. $half size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds for this. So this one will probably, yeah, this one has less than a minute left. So all they did was kind of condense this one um, into this one. So looks like a little bit of development out to the west of Ainsworth and just to the east of Valentine. Looks like a little bit of development out there. All right, whenever this tornado warning gets off of here, well, are you serious? They really extended this for 45 more minutes? So it's such a glitchy radar site up here because there is absolutely nothing up here. So the radar sites are horrible because there is no. That's about the closest that we can get. And so right here would actually be your rotation with that tornado warning. Um, Still, the last county just keeps holding the counties. It's kind of holding, pushing more to the southeast almost now. But right there is where your actual like tornado would actually be. But I think it's still just radar indicated, if I remember right. Yeah, so it's just radar indicated. So it is actually up here is where it is.
I know. Trying to fish it out.
Hmm. So that was Tornado Pagey. She doesn't see anything just right at this second. All right, everybody. We'll just come down here one more time. We'll take off these graphics. So once again, all these storms are firing along this cold front. All right, so they let the one from Sioux Falls expire. I kind of figured because I didn't see a lot of hail and wind in that one anymore. It was like marble sized to pea sized hail. So I knew that one was going to be let go. This one isn't really, well, I guess from that radar site. So we're still going to have pretty good hail cores in this one. So we have two pretty good sized one. So it is just to the south of Atkinson, moving to the northeast. So O'Neill, you just got hit with one of those earlier. You may get hit with another round of hail coming in here within the next probably 15, 20 minutes. Looks like another line is starting to form. Um, Back here, just to the east of Valentine's, west of Ainsworth and Bassett. Um, we'll see the development here. So everything's going northeast and kind of just developing right there. You know, most of these really have only been large hail, 60, 65 mile an hour wind gust. We had a couple tornado signatures on a couple of these that had rotation but just never produced. The only tornado warning of today has been up here in the last county of Minnesota. So everything else has been pretty chillax. So we only have this last warning here in Nebraska, down here in Texas. We probably still have these, which will probably expire here before too long. Uh, Quarter hail, 60 mile an hour winds. I really don't see a lot less than 3/4 hail, 60 mile an hour winds. Really nothing there. I guess we do have one in New Mexico, quarter, 60 mile an hour winds. So this line here is actually moving to the northeast, but the whole line is slowly pushing to the east. So basically, if you're from this point on here, you're pretty safe. There's a little quick motion. All right, we'll come up here really quick. One more time. All right, we'll put all these in motion one more time for you. So once again, thanks for joining me. Thanks for like and subscribe. Uh, if you want to support the channel, the link is down below. Uh, much appreciated. We're just trying to expand, get better equipment. Just try to be live as much as I can now. I know we got another couple of days of severe weather. I plan on being on probably both days around 4 o'clock. I usually get off about 3 from my normal job. By the time I get home and get everything set up is probably about 4 o'clock. So we will probably um, see you again tomorrow, roughly about 4 for tomorrow night's storms, which should be a little bit more active than today. We got a bigger line to form late afternoon tomorrow, so it could be pretty active. So on that note, hey, I appreciate everybody. Until the next time, I appreciate it. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.